Commissioners, we're going to call the meeting to order and have a roll call, please. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Camila Bustamante.
Present.
Commissioner Anna Hansen.
Present.
Commissioner Justin Green.
Here.
Commissioner Anna Hamilton.
Here.
And Chair Hank Hughes.
Here.
You have quorum, Mr. Chair.
Okay, let's all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. And I'd like to acknowledge that the county building and Santa Fe County is on the original homelands of the Tiwa people who know it as Ogapoge Owingeh, White Shell Water Place. And can we have Crystal Hernandez for our moment of reflection?
Let us take a moment to focus on the work ahead of us today, being ever mindful of our decisions and in the best interest of our community, we take a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you. We can all be seated. Just a quick note as we get started. I am still recovering from a stroke I had a couple weeks ago. I'm doing very well, but if I run out of energy, I will turn my meeting over to the vice chair. And also, I just want to thank the fire department, the doctors at Christus St. Vincent, the doctors at UNM. All the quick action made it possible for me to have a quick recovery. And so, with that, let's move on to item A. Item G, approval of agenda. Mr. Chair, Mr. Manager, what is the changes to the agenda?
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. So the agenda for this continued meeting, the final agenda, was posted on Friday, April 5th, 2024. The only changes to that posted agenda that staff is recommending now is that the following items be withdrawn and not considered at today's meeting. And they are agenda items 11A1 under executive session and 11B, which is a resolution relative to a solid waste convenience center. So again, staff is asking that those items be withdrawn, and those are the only changes to the agenda as presented.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Move to approve the agenda with those changes?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Hamilton, seconded by Commissioner Green. All in favor say aye. Aye. Okay, we have the agenda. Next, let's move to approval of the March 12th Board of County Commission meeting minutes. What's your pleasure?
Move to approve.
And I'll second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Hansen, seconded by Commissioner Green. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Next, we will move to proclamations. Request of approval of a proclamation proclaiming April 9th, 2024 as the Academy for Technology and Classics Phoenix Day by Commissioner Anna Hamilton and Commissioner Hank Hughes. Go ahead, Commissioner Hamilton.
Great, thank you. This is one of the best kinds of proclamations we get to do, to show the pride and respect we have for a team and for our youth who are doing something that's really incredibly special. So I'll read just a little of the background. Through the season, the ATC varsity basketball team pushed their boundaries in challenging and demanding matches against 4A and 5A teams, all in preparation for the state championship. While they were once the darlings of the 2023 boys basketball tournament, captivating attention with their enigmatic acronym and an aura of mystique. That's pretty cool, guys. They entered the 2024 state tournament with a giant target on their backs. On March 16, 2024, they climbed a remarkable 63-37 victory over the Pecos Panthers, demonstrating grit, perseverance, and undeniable teamwork. This triumphant effort culminated in the ATC varsity team securing the Class 2A New Mexico State Activities Association Championship. They very, very clearly brought honor not only to themselves, but their coaches, their parents, the faculty, and the student body. And we're very proud of them, and that's why we're bringing this proclamation forth today. So perhaps, Mr. Chair, if you and I could read this, do you want to start reading, or read the whole thing if you care to, or whatever?
Yeah, I'll start reading this, but first I just want to say that a long time ago, my sons went to ATC. Both of them graduated many years ago before they even had a basketball team. But I know what a high-quality school it is because of their experience. So now, here we go. Santa Fe County Proclamation proclaiming April 9th, 2024 as the Academy for Technology and the Classics ATC Phoenix Day, introduced by Commissioner Anna T. Hamilton and Commissioner Hank Hughes. Whereas the Board of County Commission Board of Santa Fe County takes great pride in supporting and celebrating the achievements of its talented student athletes, and whereas the Academy for Technology and the Classics boys varsity basketball team capped a season to remember on March 16, 2024 with a 63-37 win over the Pecos Panthers, winning the Class 2A New Mexico State, New Mexico Activity Association Championship. And whereas the ATC boys varsity basketball team won their first state title after a 5-year journey, marking a significant milestone for the 12-year ATC basketball program. And whereas the ATC varsity basketball team demonstrated unparalleled skills and hard work, dedication, talent, sportsmanship, and exceptional chemistry, enabling these students and athletes to dominate the competition. And whereas the 2023-2024 season, they pushed their limits by playing in challenging matches against 4A and 5A teams, all in preparation for their state championship. And whereas, while they were once the darlings of the 2023 boys basketball state tournament, capturing attention with their enigmatic acronym and an air of mystery, they entered the 2024 state tournament with a giant target on their backs. And go ahead, Commissioner Hamilton.
And whereas on March 13th, 2024, they demonstrated resilience by enduring a fiercely contested, foul-plagued overtime battle in the quarterfinals, securing a vital 58-56 victory over the Santa Rosa Lions and staving off an early playoff elimination. And whereas last year, ATC reached the state final with a chance to claim their first championship victory, but were narrowly defeated by Pecos with a score of 52-49. And whereas in this year's tournament, both teams faced off again in the championship, providing ATC with an opportunity to address their unfinished business. And whereas the 2024 Class 2A state championship game brought honor to the Academy for Technology and the Classics, Santa Fe County, and the city of Santa Fe on the local and state level. And whereas the 7 senior players, Jordan Apodaca, Rocky Miller, Esteban Martinez, Julian Juju Bernardino, I wonder who he might be related to. Jason Quintana, Anthony Reed, and Elias Real have initiated the creation of a lasting legacy of triumph that will uphold the program's principles long after their graduation. And whereas they are ready to hand over the responsibility to their successors, consisting of 4 juniors, Joseph Trujillo, Davian Martinez, Marcos Lobo, and Ryan Garcia, 2 sophomores, Mickey Mora and Caleb Blay, and 1 freshman, Devin Dinwiddie, to ensure that the team's championship spirit continues and the 2024-2025 ATC varsity team has the potential to achieve success once again. And whereas the coaching staff, led by head coach Bobby Romero and assistant coach Benito Martinez, Anthony Apodaca, Michelle Velarde, and Dylan Brunton, received unwavering support from parents, faculty, and the student body to guide them to victory. And whereas the outstanding performance of this team has not only brought glory to our community, but has also served as a source of inspiration for our residents, fostering a sense of pride and unity. And whereas the board extends its heartfelt congratulations to the Academy for Technology and the Classics basketball team for their extraordinary accomplishments in bringing home their title, and whereas the board is proud to present this proclamation as a testament to the exceptional partnership, exemplary conduct, and countless hours of practice the student athletes, coaches, parents, and support staff have demonstrated. Your unwavering dedication to excellence serves as an inspiration to us all. We recognize and appreciate your hard work and sacrifice, and are confident that your commitment to teamwork will continue to lead to amazing achievements in the future. And we really sincerely believe that. Thank you for all your efforts. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Board of County Commissioners of Santa Fe County, do hereby proclaim the 9th of April, 2024, as the Academy for Technology and the Classics Phoenix Day. Should I continue? Do we need to read this last? Be it further resolved that the board encourages all residents to join in celebrating the achievement of our local basketball team, recognizing them as true ambassadors of sportsmanship, dedication, and success. And since you had to come twice, in essence, you've kind of gotten 2 days. I hope that makes up for the hassle, and thanks you for your patience for all the disruption, and doesn't minimize the value we placed on this proclamation.
Mr. Chair, if I may request, you don't typically applaud or cheer in the chambers, but if we might be able to do that today, I put that out for consideration.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, I propose, I make a motion that we proclaim this.
And I second.
Okay, we have a motion by me, seconded by Commissioner Hamilton. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No opposed. Very good. Do we want them to come forward and take a picture?
Yes.
Come on up, everybody.
Well, let's do it again.
Oh, did you do it last time? Oh.
I'll step in front of him. If you don't want to step, but no. Yeah. Cool, man. Thank you. Just let me know. Yeah, it's good. Is it manual? I mean, is it? It's all on auto. It's on average. How do you get it, like, the view? You can't. Oh, okay. Yeah. This one? Yep.
Mr. Chair, the rumor has it that these young men were the ones fiddling with the technology so they could be out of school 2 afternoons. I just found out.
Just goes to show
Entirely-
how resourceful they are.
Entirely possible. All right, let's move along to the Second proclamation, request of approval of a proclamation proclaiming April 11th as New Mexico Electoral Elections Day. Commissioner Green, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On behalf of Chair Hank Hughes and myself, we are honored to put forth a proclamation to acknowledge the Secretary of State's office and our county clerk's office and the strides that New Mexico has made in making our elections more transparent, more effective, more faster, better, cheaper, let's say. And we put together this proclamation to acknowledge this, and sadly, because we missed our meeting last week, the date has passed, but we should honor it nonetheless. And happy to answer some questions about this. But just for my part, as an elections official, I have visited the clerk's office both in preparation for a few elections and then on the day of last year's civic elections, I went and watched some of the canvassing and was very honored to see how efficient, how pleasant, how hospitality-oriented the staff was, with a lot of nervous people that were coming in with bags of votes and tallies and counts, and they just really expedited the counting process and made it pretty fast and efficient. And whenever there was a question, the whole team just descended on the person and helped straighten anything out and made sure everything was done correct and promptly. Happy to answer questions, but we have the clerk here who we want to acknowledge, and maybe she has something that she wants to say in regards to this, Mr. Chair, but and maybe you do, and we can answer some questions if we have them.
I just don't think it made them cheaper.
Maybe not cheaper, but it's.
I think it increased, but you know, it's worth the money to have good elections, you know, and a reputable situation. So I just want to add that.
Okay.
Well, and the thing that brought this forward, of course, is the fact that MIT evaluated all of them, and New Mexico came in first in the states for elections. So that's a big deal. Mexico is first in something. And Commissioner Clark, do you have something to say?
Sure. So we're quite proud of this. All 33 county clerks and our office and the Secretary of State's office have worked very, very hard. These numbers are from MIT, are from the 2022 election. So we were at 25 in 2020, and we're now number 1. It is 88%, and I always like to be at 100, so you know there's still room to grow. And I want to say that I'm very proud of my staff. We have been working very hard on creating a culture of continuous improvement, of modernization, and the staff have really, you know, risen to that goal and those values. And I think it's evident in the fact that we are the #1 turnout county. We are the easiest county to vote in. We have some of the shortest wait times because we've worked very, very hard to make sure it is as easy as possible to vote in New Mexico. So. I was kind of hoping that my staff would come up and we could take a picture once you guys vote, and you know, and I know you guys are going to read the proclamation, but I will say that it is, you know, being an elections official has been very challenging in this era, and so all 33 clerks and our staff and our Secretary of State are very proud to have earned this recognition. So thank you.
Thank you. Well, let's go ahead and read the proclamation, and then we'll vote on it, and then we'll take a picture. Santa Fe County Proclamation proclaiming April 11th as New Mexico Electoral Excellence Day. Whereas the Santa Fe County Board of County Commissioners recognizes the significance of fair, efficient, and transparent elections as fundamental to our democratic process. And whereas the Massachusetts Institute of Technology Election Performance Index, overseen by the MIT Election Data Science Lab, provides a comprehensive evaluation of election performance, measuring various key indicators at both the state and county levels, assessing electoral administration functions throughout each state. And whereas the EPI aims to assess states' performance across 18 indicators, including access and security aspects of election administration. Whereas the 2022 EPI illuminates the steady enhancement of virtually every state in election administration, reflecting advancement in policy implementation and state capacity. And whereas in 2022 EPI, the state of New Mexico has risen to the rank of number 1 with an EPI index score of 88%, marking a significant improvement from its prior position of number 25 in 2020, showcasing an unwavering commitment to excellence in electoral administration and voter accessibility. And whereas this achievement bears testimony to the exemplary leadership and dedication of New Mexico Secretary of State Maggie Toulouse Oliver and Santa Fe County Clerk Catherine E. Clark, who have implemented innovative strategies to increase voter registration and voter turnout. And Commissioner Green.
Whereas the board extends its congratulations and commendations to the New Mexico Secretary of State, Maggie Toulouse Oliver, and her team for the outstanding leadership and dedication to excellence in electoral administration, culminating in the significant achievement of New Mexico being ranked number 1 in the 2022 MIT Elections Performance Index. And whereas the board further extends its appreciation to Santa Fe County Clerk Catherine E. Clark and the hardworking staff of the clerk's office, as well as the various other Santa Fe County departments for their unwavering commitment to efficiency, innovation, and the highest standards of electoral integrity, which have significantly contributed to the improvement and success of New Mexico in the 2022 MIT Elections Performance Index. And whereas the board recognizes the engine of democracy running in New Mexico is exemplary, and what an honor it is to see this work recognized on the national stage. And whereas New Mexicans can be assured that the best practices in the nation are being used when managing our elections. And whereas the board reaffirms the commitment and supporting the commitment to supporting the free and fair elections by steadfastly supporting the Santa Fe County Clerk's Office in administering the best-run elections in the country, ensuring the continued integrity and accessibility of the electoral process for all residents of Santa Fe County. And whereas the board calls upon all residents of Santa Fe County and the state of New Mexico to reaffirm their commitment to fostering fair, transparent, and accessible elections for all by actively participating in the democratic process. The board encourages every eligible voter to exercise their right to vote in the upcoming elections, ensuring that their voices are heard and their choices count in shaping the future of our community and our state. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of County Commissioners of Santa Fe County do hereby proclaim the 11th of April as New Mexico Electoral Excellence Day. Mr. Chair?
Thank you. I guess I will make a motion that we pass this proclamation.
And I will second that.
Motion by Commissioner Hughes, seconded by Commissioner Green. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? No nays. Okay, the proclamation is passed, and I guess we will do pictures now. Okay, so now we're on item 3C, request approval for proclamation proclaiming April 2024 as National County Government Month. Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I know the month is half over, but it's never too late to recognize that it's National County Government Month. And I've brought this proclamation forward a couple of times because I think it is really, really important to recognize the staff and all the people who work for the county and what an excellent job they do. I am honored to be a county commissioner here with the staff and government workers who take their jobs so seriously, work so hard to provide great services to all of our constituents. And so that was part of the reason why I wanted to once again continue to bring this forward. I loved what Daniel did last year with this proclamation in showing different staff members throughout the county in their work job. I think he highlighted the fire department and different groups of government workers and what an important process they provide for our community. So with that, I will read this proclamation. Whereas the nation's 3,069 counties, parishes, and boroughs serve more than 330 million Americans, providing essential service to create and maintain healthy, safe, and vibrant communities. And whereas, as an agent of the state, county governments through elected officials administrate and enforce state laws, access property, collect taxes, conduct elections, and record public documents, all while providing essential public health services, critical infrastructure that helps communities thrive and stay safe and foster economic opportunities. And whereas counties fulfill a vast range of responsibilities and deliver service that touch nearly every aspect of our residents' life, while also establishing local laws that protect residents and codify community-driven change. And whereas counties keep communities safe by providing law enforcement and promoting crime prevention, from patrolling and policing the streets to operating and maintaining county detention facilities, to serving as an arm of the county courts, county sheriffs, and correctional departments are the linchpin of the criminal justice system. And whereas Santa Fe County takes pride in the responsibility to protect and enhance the health, well-being, and safety of its residents and visitors in efficient and cost-effective ways, and whereas under the leadership of the National Association of Counties, NACO, President Mary Jo McGuire, NACO is highlighting county government through the lens of Forward Together, celebrating the role of county government in connecting, inspiring, and leading as intergovernmental partners. Whereas the role includes a responsibility to inspire county residents to engage with their local government and to lead by highlighting our strengths as intergovernmental partners and community service providers. Whereas each year, since 1991, NACO has encouraged counties across the country to elevate awareness of county responsibilities, programs, and services. Whereas Santa Fe County has approximately 956 residents, it is in the fourth fastest growing county in the state with an estimated population growth of 8.07% since 2010, and whereas Santa Fe County's four-pronged mission to provide a safe community, promote a sustainable and equitable community, support a healthy community, and be a highly skilled, collaborative, transparent, and accessible government is at the heart of its budget and project prioritization, service, and program. Whereas Santa Fe County is a proud intergovernmental partner with its neighboring tribal governments, the state of New Mexico, and local quasi-judicial bodies that provide public maintenance infrastructure and services to Santa Fe And whereas county leadership actively reviews and updates the county strategic plan and seeks to collaborate with the state of New Mexico, neighboring tribal governments, the city of Santa Fe, and other quasi-judicial bodies to bring innovation, technology, program, and services to our constituents. And whereas Santa Fe County employs approximately 832 public servants, building professionals with specialized field and duty for a healthy and changing industry and economy. And whereas the employees of Santa Fe County and their commitment to public service embody the Forward Together concept as they serve the constituents of Santa Fe County and collaborate with intergovernmental partners to develop solutions to benefit the entire region of northern New Mexico. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Board of County Commissioners of Santa Fe County, do hereby proclaim April as National County Government Month. And I move to approve this proclamation.
Second.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I guess with a motion by Commissioner Hanson, seconded by Commissioner Bustamante. All in favor say aye. Aye. Nobody opposed? Nope. Okay.
I think it's really important that our public servants who work for Santa Fe County are recognized, and I want to thank each and every single one of you for everything that you do for everybody in the county. Thank you once again.
Yes, I think all right, then. That moves us on to the consent agenda. Are there any items on the consent agenda that anybody wants removed?
Mr. Chair, I'll move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Green, seconded by Commissioner Hanson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. So that passes unanimously.
Chair, Mr. Chair, would you like the ordinance numbers? I mean, the resolution numbers?
Yes.
Okay, so for the consent agenda, 4B is 2024-048, 4C is 049, 4D is 050, 4E is 051, and 4F is 052.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Now we would move on to appointments and reappointments. 5A, request appointment and reappointment of members of the Capital Improvement Advisory Committee. And so that would be Max presenting us. Thank you.
Does this work? Okay. I haven't seen this before, I'm sorry. Chairman Hughes and Commissioners, thank you for your time today. My name is Max Hendren, and I am the Capital Planning Team Leader for Growth Management Department. The action item before the board today is regarding the reappointment of one current Capital Improvement Advisory Committee member who was previously appointed by the board on April 30th, 2021, whose term expires on May 11th, and who desires to continue serving as a member of the CIAC. In addition, staff recommends the appointment of a new member to join CIAC. Both appointees will serve a 3-year term, along with the 3 existing members appointed by the board on November 9th, 2021. The other 3 existing members' term expires in November. The Santa Fe County's Resolution 2013-73, which is Exhibit A, recognizes that the CIAC is comprised of 5 members with at least 2 members representing real estate, development, or building industries in accordance with the New Mexico Development Fees Act, which is Exhibit B. All members shall be full-time Santa Fe County residents, and no member shall be employees of any governmental agency. Since one member vacated their membership because they accepted a position in a governmental office, and one membership is due to term on May 11th, these two positions need to be filled today. To maintain establishment of the Capital Improvement Advisory Committee, staff conducted an outreach to solicit applicants in collaboration with Olivia Romo through a county press release. The press release was provided to commissioner liaisons, to Daniel Frescus to post on the county's website, also provided to our community organizations and our registered organizations, provided to our current CIAC members, and an ad was placed in the Santa Fe New Mexican. We received 4 eligible applications. The applicant resumes and letters of interest in serving on the Capital Improvement Advisory Committee are Exhibits C through F. The current CIAC members and their professional backgrounds and terms are detailed in Table 1. Once the CIAC memberships are filled, county staff will work with the members to evaluate the range of revenue that the county could reach through new impact fees, estimate the one-time and recurring tax revenue generated by new development, and make recommendations concerning whether the county should continue to pursue new impact fees at this time. But regardless of the ultimate decision of whether to pursue new impact fees at this time, the Capital Improvement Advisory Committee will have work to do in regards to updating the SLDC and potentially updating fire impact fees. Staff vetted the applicant's qualifications and we held interviews. Based on the results of the process, we requested the board fill the 2 CIAC membership positions for 3-year terms. Staff recommends the reappointment of Dan Pava, who was our former chair of the CIAC, and the appointment of Leroy Pacheco, who is a civil engineer and a longtime resident of Santa Fe County. I stand for questions, and thank you.
Any questions?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Hanson and then Commissioner Green.
I'm going to make a motion to reappoint Dan Pava and appoint Leroy Pacheco to a 3-year term to the Capital Improvement Advisory Committee.
Oops, and I'll second that, but I had a question, if I may.
Okay, what's your question?
Thank you. I know Dan Pava is now a member of the Planning Commission. Is there any issue with him serving on 2 boards that may have some cross impact on each other?
Staff didn't feel that it was a problem, and Dan Pava is retired and he wants to serve. He wants to continue with his service. We have our schedules already set out and aligned for the year, and he's okay with our times.
Okay, as long as staff is and he is and legal is, then I'm all good. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Hanson, seconded by Commissioner Green. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No one opposed, so very good. Max, you have your appointments.
Thank you.
So we will move on to number B, reappointment of member to the Transportation Advisory Committee.
Good afternoon, Chairman Hughes, members of the commission. My name is Brett Clavio, Planning Manager, and I'd like to introduce Mr. Ben Bachwirtz Lopez. He's the new Senior Transportation Planner in our Planning Division. This item here is regarding the reappointment to the Transportation Advisory Committee from District 2. And the Growth Management Department staff request the reappointment of Mr. Tim O'Malley to the TAC, serving District 2. Mr. O'Malley was initially appointed in 2021, and his term expired in March of this year. Mr. O'Malley has expressed an interest to continue to serve as a member of the TAC. Reappointment of Mr. O'Malley would allow him to continue serving on the TAC, including at the committee's next regularly scheduled meeting of May 15th, 2024. The primary purpose of the TAC is to review and make recommendations to this board on all elements of transportation, including roadways, trails, bikeways, transit, and pedestrian facilities. TAC also makes recommendations on safety studies, road operations, and maintenance policies, including the road acceptance and abandonment process. Mr. O'Malley has represented District 2 on the TAC since 2021. This reappointment would be for his second 3-year term. He also serves on the Transportation Safety Subcommittee and the Speed Camera Working Group. Mr. O'Malley has a very good attendance rate and actively participates on the committees in which he serves. Staff recommends approval of the reappointment of Mr. O'Malley to the TAC representing District 2. And with that, I stand for any questions.
Mr. Chair.
Any questions? Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to hear that Mr. O'Malley has good attendance and shows up regularly. I saw him on Keep Santa Fe Beautiful Day out on San Ysidro picking up trash. He had his truck filled and they were all bringing it there. He's very active in the community. And so with that, I would like to highly recommend him to be reappointed to the TAC.
Second.
Any other discussion? Okay, well, motion by Commissioner Hanson, seconded by Commissioner Green. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Okay, so you have the reappointment of Mr. O'Malley to the TAC. Thank you.
Welcome, Ben.
And that makes us to item C, request of members for the County Open Lands, Trails, and Parks Advisory Committee, COLTPAC, which I can never remember what that stands for, so I'm glad it's spelled out.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. My name is Adeline Murphy, Open Space and Trails Planning Team Leader. And today we have 3 vacant positions on COLTPAC, 1 in District 1, 1 in District 5, and 1 at-large vacancy. And I'd like to start by thanking the members who vacated those positions. At-large member Elise Apple Snyder, District 1 member Sandra Madrid Massengill, and District 5 member Jan Cohen for their dedicated service to COLTPAC. So as per Resolution 2011-4, COLTPAC is a 9-member committee that advises the board on matters related to open space and trails. 5 members represent a commission district and 4 are at-large. Members of the committee are appointed by the board based on letters of interest and qualifications. They should be of diverse backgrounds, representative of the varied users of Santa Fe County's open space, trails, and parks. Desirable expertise among the membership include conservation, restoration, natural and cultural resources, community interests, education, trails planning and construction, hydrology, agriculture, wildlife, water, management and stewardship, public administration, and finance. And committee members serve a 3-year term subject to reappointment to 1 term thereafter. To fill these vacancies, staff published a press release and distributed it to commissioner liaisons, community organizations, registered organizations, and to COLTPAC members. The vacancies were also in the Santa Fe New Mexican and advertised on the county's social media channels. We received 11 qualified applicants, 1 from District 2, Allison Kennedy, 1 from District 3, Dennis Kurtz, 4 from District 4, Brian Bird, Martha Lenihan, Brent Miller, and Albert Reed, and 5 from District 5, Amelia Adair, Peter Gowan, Mike Harris, John Nunabel, and Sigmund Silber. Staff would like to recommend the appointment of Amelia Adair as representative for District 5. Amelia is a retired attorney who specialized in real estate, governance, and land development. a longtime advocate for public trail access. She is a hiker, mountain biker, and equestrian, representing several groups of diverse trail users in Santa Fe County. She's a member of the North American Trail Ride Conference and Northern New Mexico Horsemen's Association. And she's also the president of the El Dorado Community Improvement Association. For the at-large vacancy, staff would like to recommend the appointment of Brian Bird. Brian is the Southwest Program Director for Defenders of Wildlife and an expert in Western conservation. He directs field programs in New Mexico, Arizona, and Texas to implement wildlife and habitat conservation programs using scientific, policy, legal, and advocacy strategies. He is a strong believer in access to open spaces for all communities in Santa Fe County, as well as the opportunities open spaces provide to protect wildlife and plant species. For District 1, we recommend re-advertising the position as we did not receive any qualified applicants in that district. So thank you, and I stand for any questions.
Thank you. I know Amelia Adair, and I think she'd be great. So that's my comment. Are there other questions?
I know Brian Bird, and I think he'll be fantastic. And with that, I'll make a recommendation for the at-large position of Brian Bird and for Amelia Adair as District 5.
And I'll second that.
And I don't see any other comments, so first and second, a motion by Commissioner Hanson, seconded by Commissioner Green. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No? Okay, I guess you get your two people. It sounds like you had two really good people to choose from, so that's great.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
I just want to say that I've had the honor of working with Mike Harris, a former counselor, and I do think he would also be excellent on this board. And so I hope that sometime he will reapply. Serving with him on SWAMA was an incredible pleasure. He was incredibly knowledgeable and hardworking and really cared about the community. And so I just want to put that out there that I hope in the future he will be considered.
Well, and I noticed that Dennis Kurtz, who is president of the San Pedro Community Association, is also there. So, and he would be a good representative too at some point for District 3, which didn't have a vacancy.
Mr. Chair, I apologize if I didn't hear it. There was a recommendation also that staff recommends re-advertising for the District 1. Was that included in the motion? I didn't hear. I didn't hear that.
I don't know if that's necessary as part of the motion, but I think we would have to do that anyway to try to solicit.
It's a recommended action.
Okay.
So, I mean,
I will make a motion to encourage staff to re-advertise for District 1, and I will shake the tree again of my constituents.
Thank you.
My apologies for somebody not stepping up amongst my community.
All right, well, we have a motion from Commissioner Green, seconded by Commissioner Bustamante. All in favor?
Aye.
Now it's very clear that you will re-advertise in District 1.
I'll be back. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so that moves us on to item 5D, request appointment of members of the Santa Fe County Valuation Protest Board. Thanks. Go ahead, Brittany.
Good afternoon. Brittany Montoya, Constituent Services Liaison, District 3. Today I'm bringing forward the appointments and reappointment for the Assessors Valuation Protest Board. The Valuation Protest Board consists of volunteers that examine and rule on property tax valuation protests. It is comprised of 2 members and 2 alternates. 1 member and 1 alternate must demonstrate experience in the field of property valuation. The other member and the other alternate do not require experience. Protest board members are appointed for 2-year terms by the Santa Fe County Board of County Commissioners. Members shall not be employed by the state of New Mexico, a political subdivision, or a school district, and shall not hold an elected public office and must be registered to vote within Santa Fe County. These board members' positions are not assigned by district, but are county-wide board members. Members must reside within Santa Fe County. Santa Fe County currently has all 4 board membership positions opened. The board member requiring experience was previously held by Suzanne Taylor. The alternate board member requiring experience was held by Mr. Frank Katz. The board member not requiring experience was held previously by Mr. Robert Collins. And the alternate board member not requiring experience was held by Mr. Tom Whitson. All previous appointment terms began on June 14th of 2022 to March 31st, 2024. The terms for the new board members will be from today, if appointed, April 15th, 2024 to April 12th of 2026. Staff has received letters of interest and resumes for the board members requiring evaluation experience from Ms. Peggy Fino and Ms. Suzanne Taylor. And staff has also received letters of interest and resumes for the board members not requiring experience from Mr. Mark Wine and Mr. George Mastrodonato. Staff recommends to appoint Ms. Peggy Fino to serve as the primary member requiring experience, Ms. Suzanne Taylor to be appointed to serve as the alternate member requiring experience, and for Mr. Mark Wine to serve as the primary member not requiring experience. Mr. George Mastrodonato decided not to move forward with his application, and staff will solicit letters of interest for the 4th member position as soon as possible. And I also know that Deputy Assessor Barry is here as well for questions, and I stand for any questions.
Any questions?
Mr. Chair, I will make a motion to, sorry, you were about to do that, but my apologies. I will make a motion to approve the 3 members, Ms. Suzanne Taylor to be the primary board member requiring experience. Sorry, I just lost it. No, yep, sorry. Ms. Peggy Fino to serve as the, retract that. So Ms. Peggy Fino to serve as the primary member requiring experience, Ms. Suzanne Taylor to serve as the alternate member requiring experience, and Mr. Mark Wynn to serve as the primary member not requiring experience.
Second.
Okay, any other discussion? Motion by Commissioner Green, seconded by Commissioner Hanson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, very good. We have our appointments. So that moves us on to miscellaneous action item A, 6A, approval of 3 temporary construction and permanent utility easement agreements. And I don't know if Paul Choman is here or not. Scott, I see we have Scott Caseman.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. My name is Scott Caseman. That needs to go up for you. Okay. Thank you. You're welcome. My name is Scott Caseman. I'm the real property supervisor for our Public Works Department. The Santa Fe County Public Works Department is conducting a public utility project known as the Community College District Richards Avenue to SR 14 Wastewater Interceptor Project. As part of that project, and as a requirement of their development plan approval process, developers in the area are required to construct the sewer lines necessary to service their developments. The project will make county wastewater service available to these developments, along with other properties within connecting distance of the project. A portion of the project's alignment was revised from its original location to significantly reduce construction costs for the developer, along with reducing maintenance expense once the county accepts ownership of the line for operation by eliminating 3 arroyo drainage crossings. It also allows the line to be gravity fed versus using a force main, which reduces expenses and construction costs. New alignment will utilize existing utility easements. Along with those, 3 easements are required from Gardner Associates and La Pradera Associates to construct a portion of the intersector project along the revised alignment. These easements are being provided at no cost to the county. With that, we are requesting acceptance of the 3 easements, and we'll stand for questions.
Okay, questions?
Mr. Chair, I have a question. So we're approving the easements, but not necessarily the putting in of the lines now, right? Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Bustamante, that is correct.
Mr. Chair, I will make, if seeing no other discussion, I will make a motion to approve the temporary construction and permanent utility easement agreements for the Community College District, Richards Avenue to State Road 14 wastewater for the wastewater interceptor project.
Second.
Commissioner Green, seconded by Commissioner Bustamante, by apparently second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? You have approval.
Thank you.
On to the next item, number B, request approval of county utility line extension and delivery agreement.
Yes. Chairman Hughes and Commissioners, good afternoon. Before you is the item consisting of a 2-page memorandum and a 17-page ULITA, otherwise known as Utility Line Extension and Delivery Agreement. This particular ULITA and memo refer to the delivery agreement between Santa Fe County and TT2 LLC, also known as under the Silverman as the developer. This is a ULITA which would provide water to an affordable housing project. The 2 constituent components of this are 1, a tract for affordable housing, and 2, 8 mixed-use commercial tracts. And the total, according to the water budget, with the 20% adder we put on there for line loss and things like that, evaporation and such, is 40.896 acre feet per year, of which 40.320 acre feet per year are attributable to the affordable housing tract and 0.576 acre feet per year to the commercial tracts. We have a very good idea of what the affordable housing units will comprise. That's why we have a number there. And for the commercial tracts as defined in the ULITA, we use the number from our formulaic approach from a detailed water budget, which we define as retail less than 25,000 square feet as a 0.06 per unit. Times 8 gives us the total of the 0.576 plus the 20%. And I stand for questions.
Any questions?
Mr. Chair, or Mr. Showman, the agreement to provide water and wastewater infrastructure, will this precede any water and water infrastructure to communities that don't currently have it served in the county who've been requesting it?
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question.
Will this come before water infrastructure and wastewater infrastructure to communities within the county who are requesting it or who have been on a list to have those services?
No, we take ULITAs on a first-come, first-served basis, and basically the applicant would file for the water, what they call a service agreement, or detailed water budget worksheet for their project estimates, and then we will provide the ULITA, and then as far as the actual progress on the project, it's up to the developer. I know these developers are very anxious to break ground and get going, so to answer your question, we take them on a first-come, first-served basis.
So the first come, first serve would be those communities who have not had county infrastructure service already existing. They would be priority list to these projects coming later?
So this particular step in the process is defining the quantity of acre feet per year of water rights. The actual provision of the water would come once the project is actually constructed. Am I answering your question?
No,
Okay.
I'm seeing here in the agreement that it says that, so we're only doing the design, the engineering, but it does say constructed, installed, and tested. So to what end will this project, approval of this, go before projects in communities that do not currently have county services such as water and wastewater lines?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, maybe I can take a stab at it. This project, in all likelihood, will come online before some other communities that may have raised their hand for the county provision of services, because the developer provides the infrastructure for the most part. So in other words, while the county is agreeing to provide water service using existing infrastructure, as well as wastewater service using infrastructure that has been approved by the board and has already come online, the necessary infrastructure to make that so, for the most part, is going to be developer driven and developer provided. And at the end of the day, the county accepts that infrastructure, whereas the extension of county utilities to existing communities is through our own capital budgeting process and capital improvement plan process. So they're a little bit of apples and oranges, but I hope that that helps clarify the impact or lack of impact relative to other requests by existing communities. If not, I'd be happy to answer any follow-up questions, but that's how I would see them
Thank you.
relating to each other.
I appreciate that. Thank you. So for my understanding, the county is working to support the identification, the design, the engineering, overseeing the constructed and installed is by the developer, and it's just the extension of their lines, correct? We're not paying to put lines in this new area. The county is not taking on the expense of putting these lines in. The developer is putting the lines in. Is that what I'm understanding?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I believe as to the infrastructure that is called for in the agreement itself, that is an accurate statement. The Board of County Commissioners has approved other infrastructure projects in the community college district that will serve this development and other developments in that area prior to this item coming forward. And that would include, and Paul, if I'm getting it wrong, correct me, the Intercept Sewer project that will run from Richards over to Colibri subdivision, and then further the extension of a sewer main line from the the lift station down to our existing wastewater reclamation facility. So the board has previously approved those projects that relate to this, but that aren't part of this agreement.
Okay, thank you, Manager Schaefer, but that all just sort of fogs everything up. So we aren't putting any new dollars, aside from things that have been approved, which has nothing to do with what we're approving today. That's what I'm trying to understand. Aside from what we're approving today, there is no new county infrastructure going in to support a development, no new county infrastructure being approved under this request to support this development ahead of infrastructure for communities that have been in the waiting list.
I believe, as you phrased it, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, that would be an accurate statement. There is nothing new in this that is an outlay of county dollars for infrastructure.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Commissioner Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Paul. My question has to do with the water budget for the commercial tracks.
Yes, sir.
Would these tracks be actually viable without adding water to this, or they're just there's deficient?
Yeah, so we had to go with something because there are defined commercial tracks. And so we decided to use this, and in the agreement itself, it specifies that if the defined use is not a retail space less than 25,000 square feet, it will have to come before the board again for additional water.
Say that again. If it is not a retail space less, so if it is a retail space of more than 25,000?
If it's anything other than, and I'll read it to you specifically.
Anything other than a 25?
Yes,
okay.
Exactly. Anything other than a retail space less than 25,000 square feet. it will have to come before the board for request additional water.
So if across the 9 or 8 lots, there are a whole bunch of retail spaces, but it just all comes out to less than 25,000 square feet, they would be already set to go.
It's per eight spaces. It is allocated formulaically as 0.06 for each of the 8, which totals the 0.576 and some change.
Okay. I just encourage the developers to look at community-based resources and amenities for the folks there. I know it's becoming a kind of a warehousing and industrial corridor, but I think that area needs some sort of shopping and maybe coffee shop and things that can cluster for all the workers that are in that area. So
Yes.
I would hope that there's something in there that they bring to the table.
I will note that to them. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Any other questions?
No, but if not, I will make a motion requesting approval of the utility line extension and delivery agreement between Santa Fe County and TT2 LLC.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Hamilton, seconded by Commissioner Bustamante. All in favor?
Green.
I'm sorry.
First by me, motion by me, but
Oh, did I say Commissioner Green? Motion, seconded by Commissioner Bustamante. Sorry, I said that wrong. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
And let's go to 6C. And
Item 6C, we have Public Works Department, Maria Gomez Molina.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners.
Okay, thank you.
My name is Maria Gomez Molina. I am the
Thank you.
roads. Thank you. I am the Roads, Fleet, Solid Waste, and Traffic Division Director for Public Works. I'm here to request approval for an agreement between Santa Fe County and the Cecia Holdings, the developer, for roadway improvements on the Avenida del Sur project. As a background, on September 2022, the Board of County Commissioners approved the developer's request for a conceptual plan order for a 710 lot development on approximately 177 acres of land. This development will be completed in 5 phases. One of the conditions in this conceptual plan order is to make certain roadway improvements, such as this Avenida del Sur project, is in order and in place prior to start any vertical work. Part of the roadway improvement that is included in this package specifies that the design will be completed and paid for by the developer. The county will publicly procure a contractor in accordance with the county's procurement code. The county will also oversee any and all construction efforts. If approved, this agreement will go into effect immediately on approval. As part of the package, the schedule includes the design to be completed in September of 2024, with construction to kick off in spring of 2025. I stand for any questions.
Thank you, Maria. Do we have any questions from the commission?
I will make a motion then to for approval of agreement number 2024-0215-PW-BT between Santa Fe County and Essentia Holdings LLC for road improvements for the Avenida del Sur project.
Do we have a second? Discussion?
Second.
Hearing no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Oh, presentations, we have none. Matters from the public. Do we have anyone from the public waiting online?
Madam Vice Chair, I do not see anybody online indicating that they'd like to speak.
Okay, thank you. Matters from the county manager, miscellaneous updates.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I have two primary updates. First, with regard to technical issues related to today's continued meeting and last Tuesday's regular meeting, I did want to alert the board that we are moving forward with a variety of efforts to minimize the likelihood of any such issues arising in the future, but also make it so that the board could determine in its discretion whether or not those issues should stop a meeting from going forward. And on the latter point, while we have endeavored and will continue to endeavor to make virtual participation options available to the public as a means of making the board's meetings more accessible to the community, we will also be changing the way that we notice meetings in our agenda so that that is not a guarantee. In other words, that virtual participation will be available if the technology allows, but we're not guaranteeing that that will be an option. That will put the onus on members of the community to either communicate on matters of public import in advance of the meeting or be here present in person to make sure that their voices are heard. The board could always make a decision on a particular item that it wants to continue it if should there be any technological issues. But the point of that effort is to avoid a situation in which a meeting can't go forward because of unexpected technological issues. Secondly, we are increasing the frequency of same-day testing, though as today's events prove, there is no foolproof testing method in that we had literally tested the equipment a few minutes before the internet to the building went down. And finally, we will be pursuing redundant internet connectivity, again, all in an effort to try and minimize the occurrence of technological issues, but also to avoid having those be showstoppers in terms of having a duly noticed meeting go forward. So that's update number one. Update number two, we have been approached by the La Cienega and La Cieneguilla area with a request that we provide free waste disposal services to the community this coming Saturday, April 20th. By ordinance, such free solid waste disposal events need to be approved by the Board of County Commissioners by resolution. The only way to do that in this instance before the scheduled event would be through a special meeting, potentially on Friday afternoon, which we could work to schedule with the board. It would be exceedingly short in terms of the special meeting. That would be option one. Option two would be to proceed to provide the resource within our ability to do so, with the board's recognition and understanding that the resolution would come after the fact at a regular scheduled meeting of the board, ratifying that action. As between the two, I think either would work, but if the board could make 5 to 10 minutes available on Friday afternoon, obviously having it approved formally in advance would be the preferred route. So if that's the direction of the board, we'll work through your liaisons to schedule that very short meeting, and those are the two updates that I had. Thank you.
Okay, questions? Mr. Hamilton?
Is that meeting required to be in person, or would it be virtual?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I believe there would be a virtual component, provided that attendance is, difficult, or et cetera. And given that it is late notice, number one, and number two, given that it is a short period of time, I'll defer to the legal department, but I think we would fit the bill here so as to allow virtual participation.
Other questions? Right. In that case, we will move to item number 10, matters from county commissioners and other elected officials, and we will start with Commissioner Bustamante.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank the county jail staff for the, what I've ever said, hospitality that we had on Friday. But what a well-run operation, and it was very much good to see that procedures seem very tight, and I appreciate the openness. And I'll honestly say that I asked the individual who had picked up the group from here and had worked at a different facility on what his preference is between working public incarceration facilities versus private. And he mentioned immediately that the private tends to be bottom line driven, not that the county isn't, and those were his words. He said, but there's more care involved. And I sincerely appreciated hearing that at the county level, at least in this county where he has mostly worked in the the private sector, he stated that we concern ourselves more about what types of programs, initiatives, and resources we would have to help people not come back to jail. And I really sincerely appreciated hearing that. So I wanted to thank the people who work there and the county for carrying forward such values in that structure. As well, last week the EPA did put out the limits that had been anticipated for PFAS in drinking water. Though they stated that it would be 4 parts per trillion, no amount is acceptable, which creates concerns and issues for those people in our communities who have found those levels to be exceeding the new limits. But in the same week, the Atlantic covered communities and said the way of PFAS in the country will be best identified by what's happening in Maine, something to that effect. And in Maine, they were looking at neighborhoods who had upward, the highest in our area has been in the area of 25 parts per 20-some parts per trillion. In Maine, we're talking about residences that had 14,000, upward of 14,000 parts per trillion in their drinking water. It's a bad situation. It's a crisis. It's problematic. It does not go without saying, I'll say it every chance I get, that people need filtration systems on their wells and on their water. And we need to take the measures that we can as individual well owners, as well as those who use public water, to ensure that our water quality is good and secure. But in that line, we also need to consider how the convenience of how we live, that we've taken these analytes and have used them freely for the last several decades and never worried about what may or may not end up in our water or in our air. And this is just really an eye-opener. When I had a conversation with someone regarding the microplastics, and it was years ago in my public health program when we talked about microplastics and endocrine disruption, when it was sort of written off, and who cares if, and pardon my openness here, but who cares if frogs have genitalia or not? And the fact is, those are indicators for public health. If frogs come up and do not have any kind of gender identification because the chemicals that come from plastics had been found in water areas, and we're starting to see the concentrations build up in our communities, it just really lends that we really need to be thinking about what we use in the interest of our convenience that ends up someplace we don't want it and ends up making people sick, so that we can point in every direction and say who's guilty of it. We need to be more considerate of those materials in the products that we use that end up hurting our communities and our families in the long run. So it is an eye-opener, but these issues are very relevant and pertinent to our community right now. So thank you for the opportunity, Chairman Hughes.
Thank you, Commissioner Bustamante. Very important. Commissioner Hamilton.
Thanks. I just wanted to remind everybody that this Saturday, the Santa Fe County will be celebrating Earth Day. It's going to be an event at, we're celebrating Earth Day and Earth Month, but nevertheless, the county event will be Saturday the 20th at Hondo Fire Station 1. And there are all sorts of items in this event, including unveiling new rain garden and stormwater infiltration system, and they're having a band, and there are speakers, and it's going to be a very wonderful event, so I hope everybody can attend. We had a similar kind of event last year, and it was amazing how much I learned. I thought that was really wonderful, and I think everybody would enjoy it. And I think it starts at 9 to noon.
Thank you. Yeah, I intend to come as well.
Excellent.
Mr. Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And it's hard to believe it's already Earth Day. Time flies. I want to mention a few things that happened earlier this month. One is that April 6th was the anniversary of the WHIP route it being initiated. It was 25 years old. So we have been living with the transportation of transuranic waste on our highways for 25 years. It was supposed to be closed in 25 years. It will now be open for, one has to wonder how long. The other thing that I would like to note is that it was Keep Santa Fe Beautiful on Saturday, and we had a wonderful kickoff at the Siler Road city facility where everyone got bags and T-shirts and then went out and worked. And I was in the San Ysidro area with Agua Fria Village and saw everyone cleaning up and picking up, and the next day somebody complained, well, West Alameda is really messy and there's litter everywhere. And I think, okay, well, they cleaned up San Ysidro, and I guess the next time we have to clean up West Alameda. Then I also wanted to mention that on Earth Day, also besides the Hondo Fire Station, there's a cleanup on the Caja del Rio at the petroglyphs. First there's a hike in the morning, and then there's a cleanup probably near the de facto shooting range. On April 21st, the History Museum downtown is going to reopen, which I think will be a great event and something that I plan to attend. And not last, but the last event is Coffee and Tea Under the Trees will now be returning. May 4th will be the opening of Reunity Resources summer season, and we will be having coffee and tea under the trees, and the topic will be water. And then I wanted to share with all of you that at the next board meeting, I will be bringing forward a resolution for a ceasefire and in Gaza and return of the hostages. This is something that has been happening throughout the United States. We are not unique in the fact that we are bringing this forward, and the city will also be bringing forward a resolution to request that a ceasefire happen.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut in, but I want to ask for the opportunity to go in on that with you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Bustamante. That would be fantastic. So Commissioner Bustamante and I will work on this resolution, but It is incredibly heartbreaking to me to see what is happening to the children in Gaza and to all the families that exist there. And so even though this is a small little comment on the big issue of what is happening there, I feel it is important for us to take a statement and make a statement on that. So that's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Commissioner Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First off, I want to send out a thank you to the folks from Emergency Management and the Fire Department. I was one of the pilgrims to Chimayo on Good Friday and walked from Nambe to Chimayo and appreciated the tour and the hospitality of the folks that were on the ground directing traffic and making sure everybody stayed healthy, and really appreciate the amount of preparation that Emergency Management has done to work across different organizations and across county lines, and to make sure that it was a safe and orderly experience. And it's a beautiful thing, and I encourage everybody to come walk with me next year. It was a big week for Chimayo. I also went to the Santa Cruz de la Cañada land grant meeting up in Chimayo and got to understand some of the issues that the land grant is facing, and their effort to reconstitute themselves as an official land grant organization right now. It was a very interesting history lesson of the area and of generalized land grant issues. Lastly, broadband is always on my radar, and one of the things that's coming up starting on Wednesday is a challenge period. And so the challenge period is where, a little esoteric conversation here, but our communities are eligible for federal funding for broadband. So if you have an area in your district that could use some broadband investment, currently, there are some folks that are claiming to be serving our communities without having actually proven that they are legitimately serving it. And so during this challenge period, we have an opportunity to go out there and prove the data that is on the map wrong or right. And I'm going to be organizing myself and my liaison, Ambra Baca, an effort of best practices and ways for us all with our liaisons and with our community newsletters to go reach out to our communities to go find out what the real ground truth is in these areas. And so there's areas, as I see Commissioner Hamilton nodding over there, there's areas in Glorieta that are well underserved, and almost that her entire county district has some underserved and unserved areas. Commissioner Bustamante, you have some dark zones in your area that need to be applied for BEAD funding. Chair Hughes, I'm not so sure about your district. Your district seems pretty well served, but there are probably some opportunities in there as well. And then Commissioner Hanson, you do have some areas as well. And so we will be putting together a process and a list for us all to work together to make sure that the maps are as accurate as possible, because what this will mean is that in about 3 months, 4 months, when the new maps are released and the ground truth is confirmed, that we will be eligible to put forth proposals for broadband projects in our area. And there is a lot of money available, but if we do not correct these maps, we will not be eligible for it. So we need to go out there and make a good effort to make sure that these maps are accurate. Thank you, and I look forward to working with you on all of these things.
Thank you, Commissioner Green. I support this because of this we have been denied grants in the past because of this situation. And I know that my constituents in Las Campanas would be interested in participating, and they're having their HOA meeting this Wednesday. So if you can get me some information by then so that they can participate, because I think that that is an important area to, even though they have resources, they still don't have the resources of broadband that they would like to have.
I would love to bring it to them. And just as a follow-up, on Friday, there's going to be a hands-on workshop over at the Higher Education Center that we will be attending to understand the do's and don'ts of the challenge process. We attended a webinar this morning, and we're going to put together our questions and the areas that we think that we should be approaching for this Friday, and then we're going to go talk to the state's broadband office in a office hours sort of situation where we can actually get them to give us the pathway forward. If your liaisons want to attend that, I encourage that. If not, we will bring the best practices to them in the next week or so that we can get everybody on board for that. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, I don't think broadband is as big an issue in my district, but I think it's important what you're doing. I just wanted to say for me, I'm meeting with El Dorado Community Improvement Association tomorrow to talk about our capital projects for that area, and I would look forward to doing a town hall on Route 14, but that is not available yet. But when it is, we'll schedule that. And with that, I think we're done. So we'll see, are there other elected officials who have anything to say? I don't see any in the room. Are there any online? Okay, so that would take us to matters for county attorney. Rachel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I would ask that we go into executive session today to discuss threatened or pending litigation in which Santa Fe County is or may become a participant, as allowed by Section 1015(1)(h)(7) NMSA 1978, specifically to discuss Wolf versus Santa Fe County Board of County Commissioners et al., case number D101 CB 2024-00257.
Okay.
I move that we go into executive session to discuss what Deputy County Attorney presented.
And I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Anna Hamilton?
Yes.
Commissioner Justin Green?
Yes.
Commissioner Anna Hansen?
Yes.
Commissioner Camilla Bustamante? And Chair Hank Hughes.
Yes. Okay, I guess we will be adjourned and we'll come back in about half an hour, 45 minutes. Well, I guess we will come back at 5 because that's what time we start again.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Holgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Welcome back, everybody. I guess we need a motion to come out of
I will
executive
move
session.
to come out of executive session, stating that no decisions were made and only the items that were allowed to be discussed were discussed.
Second.
Commissioner Green and Commissioner Hanson, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? None opposed. Now we will move to 11C, waiver of any potential conflict.
Rachel needs to present something first, so.
So before you is a request for a waiver of conflict of interest from Utton and Carey, who has a contract with Santa Fe County to provide services to the county attorney's, at the county attorney's direction. They are seeking to represent the Rio Quemado, Rio Medio, Rio Frijoles, and Santa Cruz Sequia associations in representation relative to the Rio Santa Cruz adjudication. That's a case known as Abbott. And the county owns water rights that are served by one of the association members, and the rules of professional conduct adopted by the New Mexico Supreme Court require that an attorney, to avoid representations in which they have or had a relationship with another party in interest, request in writing a waiver of any potential conflict. And so Utton and Carey has requested that a waiver be granted by the county so they can represent these water associations.
Commissioner, Mr. Chair, does the county recommend that we give this waiver?
We have no hesitation about the granting of the waiver.
Okay, I'll move to waiver any potential conflicts of interest that may arise from Utton and Carey representation of Rio Quemado, Rio Medio, Rio Frijoles, and Santa Cruz Sequia Association relative to the Rio Santa Cruz adjudication.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner Hanson, seconded by Commissioner Green. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Anybody opposed? Nobody's opposed. Very good. So now we will move on to 12A, case number 23-5140, Crester Ranch Preliminary and Final Plat TT2 LLC applicant. And go ahead and present.
Good afternoon. Before you today, we have Crester Ranch requesting preliminary and final plat for a 9-lot subdivision located on 2 adjacent parcels with a combined total of 17.4 acres. The applicant also requests approval of the affordable housing agreement for 1 required affordable lot. The subject property is located at 3 and 9 Finish Line Drive, which is within the Planned Development District, within the Employment Center Subdistrict of the Community College District. TT2 applicant, New Mexico Land Solutions. Oh, sorry about that. The applicant is the owner of the property as identified by warranty deed recorded in the records of the Santa Fe County Clerk on January 31st, 2013, recorded as instrument number 1695241, and by special warranty deed recorded in the records of the Santa Fe County Clerk on December 23, 2021, recorded as instrument number 1975421. The total 17.4 acres were created by approved survey plat recorded in the Santa Fe County Clerk's office under Book 305, page 35, and by Book 462, page 44. On November 10th, 2022, the Santa Fe County Sustainable Land Development Code hearing officer met and heard this case for 2 variance requests of the SLDC. The variances requested are a variance of Chapter 8, Section 8.10.3.13, Table 8-38, Dimensional Standards of the Employment Center, to allow a workforce housing complex to exceed a height of 30 feet, and a variance of Chapter 10, Section 10.21.2, Supplemental Zoning Standards, Multifamily Housing Units, to allow more than 12 units per building for a multifamily development. The decision of the hearing officer was to recommend approval of the applicant's request in accordance with staff's recommendation. On December 15th, 2022, the Planning Commission heard the case and voted to table the case and request the following steps and supplemental information from the applicant. 1, that the applicant represent possibly reducing the height of the proposed structures to conform with height requirements. 2, the applicant reduce the number of units per building. And 3, the applicant presents a rendering that is closer to the Santa Fe style or other rendering that was presented to the Commission. On January 24, 2023, The Planning Commission reheard the case and determined that the new materials provided by the applicant were sufficient to warrant approval of the variances. On April 24th, 2023, the final order was recorded with the Santa Fe County Clerk, recorded as instrument number 2010571. The decision of the Planning Commission was not appealed. The SLDC states that the variances expire after 1 year per section 4.9.7.5.3. As filing of the final plat has an additional time frame, it is in staff's position that the final plat approval will extend the variance so long as the final plat is filed within 24 months in accordance with section 5.8.7 of the SLDC. This has been included as a condition of approval. The applicant is requesting a preliminary subdivision plat and final subdivision plat to create 9 lots on 2 adjacent parcels with a combined total of 17.4 acres. Lot 1 is proposed as multifamily affordable housing complex. Lots 2 through 9 are proposed to include non-residential / multifamily. The applicant also requests approval of the affordable housing agreement for 1 required affordable lot. The applicant proposes that the commercial lots will comply with the identified uses of the Community College Plan Development District within the Employment Center Subdistrict are as permitted uses, conditional use, and prohibited uses as shown in Table 8.44 of the SLDC. The proposed use of a multifamily is permitted use through Table 8.44 of the SLDC. Permitted uses are reviewed and approved administratively. This application has been reviewed for compliance with the applicable standards as set forth in Chapter 7 of the Sustainable Land Development Code and Ordinance 2017-7 as follows. Access and roads. There's a 58-foot public right-of-way easement being created with this filing as a secondary access for the proposed affordable housing project. This agreement between the 2 parties is under discussion. Fire protection, landscape and buffering, lighting, signs, parking and loading, water supply, wastewater and water conservation, open space, protection of historic and archaeological resources, terrain management, flood prevention and flood control, solid waste, and affordable housing. Staff's recommendation. Staff has determined that the application for preliminary and final plat to allow a 9-lot subdivision known as Cresta Ranch and the applicant's request of approval of the affordable housing agreement for 1 required affordable lot to be developed in a single phase is in compliance with the subdivision and design standards set forth in the SLDC and therefore recommends approval of the applicant's request subject to the following conditions. Mr. Chair, may I enter the conditions and for the record?
Okay.
Thank you. I stand for any questions.
Any questions from the commission? Mr. Green. Mr. Green.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Kenneth. Question about access from this. I see one on the plat. I see one access point off of Highway 14 at what would be the sort of the west end or almost the west end of the property. And then I see another spot that looks like it could be another access. I want some clarity about this. The New Mexico State Road 14 turnout, is that an eligible access point so that there's 2 access points?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, the access that is being proposed is correct to the west side of the property. They'll be conducting a roundabout on that location. In the middle of the subject plat, you identify a 58-foot public right-of-way easement granted by this plat. That is going to be a secondary access to be approved through the site development plan for secondary access for the affordable housing project.
That is in this plat that I see here?
Yes, sir.
Is that New Mexico State Road 14 turnout on the sort of west or the eastern end of this, or is that?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, it is directly north of that.
And so that doesn't connect to Highway 14, but that'll connect to a frontage road of some sort that parallels.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, that is the discussion with the adjacent property to have a secondary access through there to connect to the lights that are located on NM14.
Okay, so there's no, the adjacent property doesn't have an obligation to connect to that?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, that is the discussion between the two parties at this time. In order for the application for preliminary and final, single access is required for approval.
How many homes are we talking about?
For the proposed affordable housing plan, it is 240.
On one exit. Okay, and so this is this S-shaped road here. There wouldn't be a straight ahead connection to the development. It would have to go around the back of all of these commercial properties to get access to this property. Is that correct? Or
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, no, the primary access would be the roundabout located off the west side, and the secondary at the lights when that future development comes forward.
okay, so it's not delineated on this at this point. So I'm not missing anything.
Mr. Chair, you're correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. I'll save some more questions for later. Thank you.
Commissioner Hanson?
Thank you. So what is the exact height of the multifamily housing?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, they received a max height of 38 feet.
So they got 8 feet additional.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, that is correct.
Okay. So it says they have 24 months. Do they have 24 months from today, or do they have 24 months from last year?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, it will be 24 months from the final order being recorded in the Santa Fe County Clerk's.
No, but it hasn't been recorded yet.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, that is correct.
Okay. Okay, were they required to make this look like Santa Fe style? Because I think the Planning Commission had that, and I'm sorry if I missed that in reading.
Yes, if I could. Mr. Chair, Commissioner, that is correct. That was one of the conditions of approval through Planning Commission.
Was that we didn't have this gray and white boxes like we have over at that Outlaw Mall.
Correct.
Okay. And access again, I'm sorry, is the land next to this piece of property owned by Warren Thompson?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I believe that the secondary access point can be better addressed through the applicant. However, that is the correct.
I'll wait.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? So I think we'll do to the applicant presentation, and then we go to public hearing. Does that sound good to everybody? Okay.
I apologize.
Oh, no worries.
Okay. Thank you for raising your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you're under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
Yes, my name is Nathan Manzanares. I'm with New Mexico Land Solutions, located at 915 Mercer Street, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87505.
And you understand that you're under oath.
And I understand I'm under oath.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. Kenneth is handing out some hard copies of the presentation that's going to be given that I believe will address some of the questions that were brought up tonight. I'd first like to start off by thanking staff, not only land use staff, but also planning, the Affordable Housing Department, the Utilities Department, fire. This has been a collective effort from the get-go, and as mentioned in the history of this project, we've been at it for quite some time, and I think we can kind of see the finish line here once the plat action is taken on the plat that's presented before you. So as Ken had stated, we're doing a 9-lot preliminary and final plat request. The subject site is 17.4 acres, consisting of 2 existing legal lots of record in the Santa Fe County Employment Center, which is also in SDA 1, which is designated as the Santa Fe County Growth Area. The unique aspect of the Employment Center is that it allows for mixed uses that are geared towards the workforce as well as providing essential services to the area. There's been a recent influx of development in the community college district and growth area that now allows for the support and success of commercial development. So as stated, the Tract 1 will be dedicated to a 241 unit affordable housing project that will be a 100% affordable housing project. That's a 4% tax credit project. We have a active administrative site development plan in land use that's been reviewed and received positive review agency comments from all applicable review agents. The goal is to record that document, approve site development plan and plat at the same time, and hopefully break ground in the fall of this year. So as stated, right now there is I'm going to go to a different slide that shows the proposed roundabout here off New Mexico 14. So we have an approved traffic study from the New Mexico Department of Transportation. We're currently looking at connecting to the adjacent site that is also doing an affordable housing project that is similar to our project. Those are being negotiated, those discussions are ongoing, but we do have potential back here as a secondary emergency access that can be done through that NM14 turnout area. But ideally, I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Mr. Chair, where are you talking about?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hanson, that's going to be directly south of Tract 2.
Okay,
Oh,
I can't say.
I'm sorry. So right in here, if you see this stub out back down, there is a potential for a secondary emergency access here. But the ultimate goal is to have connection between both sites back to the intersection of Rancho Viejo Boulevard and 14 to our roundabout. We feel like this is an important connection that serves both sites and will also provide both an affordable housing as well as economic hub for Santa Fe County. And we see this as being a frontage road that could serve the area. We're also doing an extensive trail that was brought before you, I believe, a month or 2 ago that will connect back to the Rail Runner Station on 599 and I-25. That has actually officially been programmed into the county's open space and trails master plan. And we are actively working with Brett Clavio to get that done.
So where is your, wait a second, go back, Mr. Chair. Where is your project with the proposed trail?
So our project is going to be right, the subject site, I apologize, Madam Chair, the presentation. Okay, let's see. The laser is not cooperating. Oh, there we go.
Okay.
So we are located here.
Proposed.
So that trail will run along the right-of-way of Highway 14 down to Fireplace Lane through a decommissioned area of NMDOT right-of-way back down to the Rail Runner Station. And action has already been taken on programming this trail into the county's open space plan.
So, Mr. Chair, the trail will go along the front of Highway 14?
Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, that is correct.
Okay.
Okay, and we'd also like to request some amendments to the conditions as proposed by staff. We'd like for the elimination of condition number 3 that states mass grading of the site will be prohibited. It is not feasible to build out the type of road network as well as the amount of paving that is necessary to make this project successful without grading. The grading will be authorized through the site development plan application, and there has been a full grading and drainage plan and drainage analysis done with that application. So we request that condition 3 be removed from the record to allow for proper build out of the site. And we also ask for revisions to condition number 17. And we ask that it be restated to read, water restriction covenants shall be signed, recorded, and noted on the final plat. Track 1 shall be restricted to 4.32 acre feet, and total allocations of tracks 2 through 9, the commercial lots, shall be restricted not to exceed the 12 acre foot as referenced in the Approvia-Lita Agreement 2024-0267 PW. We also ask that there is not a need to come back for additional plats for this application. That can be problematic. We don't want to have 8 separate plats that accompany this one project. The goal is to get this project done as soon as possible to get both affordable housing and commercial development, as well as GRT funding back to the county as soon as possible. And we see that condition as a little burdensome and confusing. So we request that no additional plats are needed. As each commercial lot is developed, they will be subject to their own site development plan Mylars and water restrictions that will be recorded and travel with the land. So we feel like that is a mechanism to allocate proper water to the commercial tracts based on site-specific water budgets as each commercial tract is built out. And with that, I stand for any questions. Thank you.
Okay, questions. Commissioner Bustamante.
Just one question of staff. What is the purpose for the condition for no mass grading?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, the condition for no mass grading is so we don't have the huge stirrup of the dust travel throughout the entire development and exceeding other buildings. The note for condition number 3 is added for the final plating portion, not for the site development plan approval to come after the proceedings of this. The mass grading is directly towards the internal roads only, and again, not for the proposed affordable housing project. At the time, as the agent did state, for the affordable housing project, they will come back in, receive a secondary permit for the grading of the affordable housing project.
Thank you. Is it possible to allow it in the fashion that they've presented and have water, what's the word? Water putting it down.
Really? That's a lot.
Dust control.
Dust control.
Dust control. And we've used reclaimed water from, well, I wouldn't recommend the wastewater treatment facility given what they put in water. So we won't go there. But if there is reclaimed water to allow that in the manner that they've requested, I just put that out for consideration. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a follow-up question to that?
Go ahead, Commissioner Hamilton.
I didn't fully understand staff's answer. Does staff answer include it recommendation to retain this?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, to retain condition number 3?
Yes.
Correct, as this is strictly for the subdivision aspect right now, and it is not for the site development plan that is approved administratively.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, we would like that nixed because it could present problems with the site development plan approval. And there's also, staff has done a good job to implement SWIP as well as other BMP measures to be taken during construction, which includes, dust control, wattle, silt fencing. So we feel like those conditions are noted in here as conditions number 1, 2, and 4, and we're in agreement with those conditions, and they're consistent with our grading and drainage plan that's been engineered. We just don't want to run into a hiccup when we get our site development plan approved. And
Why would it be a hiccup? Like you either can mass grade or you can't. I don't understand that this only applies to, I don't understand the answer, that this only applies to this and not to the site development plan.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hamilton, we're also kind of confused by it, and that's why we're asking for it to be eliminated.
Yeah, I don't want to just get rid of, there are good reasons to not have mass grading. And so I'd like somebody to be able to tell me whether, why you can't achieve appropriate site drainage and development without mass grading.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, to address that, the condition is imposed based off the subdivision that I'll repeat again. The reason for that is for any given reason that the site development plan is not approved, not to say that it wouldn't be, we want the infrastructure for the subdivision to be taken care of instead of jumping to the site development plan.
Seems like we have a lot of carts and a lot of horses that are getting moved around, Mr. Chair.
Madam
That's
Chair,
what it sounds like to me. I mean, I'm happy if you can get clarification, because I still don't understand.
Madam Chair,
the
Commissioners,
that you're trying to achieve.
or
that
Mr.
staff's
Chair,
trying to achieve.
Commissioner Hamilton, if we're allowed to mass grade to build out the roundabout and the required road and infrastructure associated with the circulation of the project, I feel like we can agree to that. But that will require a significant amount of grading. If you look at the proposed roundabout and roadway, that's going to require some disturbance. So we're just wanting to make sure that we are allowed to do so.
Yeah, I understand what you're asking, but mass grading, it usually refers to grading the entire site, and then only part of it is built out. So it's not, by definition, in my understanding, which could be wrong, and that's what I'm looking for clarification, to mass grade if you're only clearing the area that that involves the roundabout. So you have to either be able to explain it to me or get somebody who can.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hamilton.
It's okay if we can have.
Yeah, may I have our developer sworn in? He can add some insight to this. He's done a lot of development throughout the state of New Mexico and can provide some clarification.
Hello, thank you for raising your hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you're under oath in order for your testimony to be considered valid.
Sure. My name is Paul Silverman. My address is 201 Cole Avenue, Southwest in Albuquerque. What was the last part?
And that you understand you're under oath.
I'm under oath.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry for the confusion. So when you do it, this is the first apartment project that's being done in the county. And when the master plan for the Rancho Viejo development, it was assumed that everything would be one house on 1 acre. And typical house is 3,000-4,000 square feet at the most. And so I'm sure that the way that the ordinance was written at that point in time is that the county only wanted that 3,000 or 4,000 square feet to be graded to be able to get it level, get utilities in place, get the foundation poured. I think that was the purpose for the reason that language is in there. That purpose it makes it virtually impossible to do a development like this. And the reason for that is that the reason that you mass grade, and what's not shown on that, Nathan, you know where the pond is? Right above the track. No. Well, there's a pond there, and then there's another ponding.
Okay, wait a second. Where is the pond?
Upper left.
Corner?
There's a pond here.
Okay.
And then there's a pond here. And so the point of the mass grading is to collect the water, because you want to get that back in the aquifer. And you can't, the way right now the property does this, and it makes it very, very difficult to get the water to move where you want it unless you can grade the site. That's number one. Number two is that these buildings' footprints, how big are those footprints? 20,000 square feet each, which is way bigger than a house. And that footprint has to be flat to be able to execute, the development the way it's designed. So mass grading virtually makes us,
Well, so I understand, and I appreciate the additional information. So it's my understanding that part of, the wording isn't clear, but that the intent of not doing mass grading was not to grade the whole property all at once, because you have everything out there and it's cheaper and you don't have to mob and demob the grading equipment and whatever. And then you build the apartment, and then 2 years later you build this building, and 2 years after that you build that building. Yeah. You grade it in a sequence according to when it's built. So what I'm hearing from you is that clearly you have to clear a greater proportion of each lot, because the building takes up most of and what isn't building is parking lot and that sort of thing. So I get that piece now. But isn't this prohibition still to say, well, if it's going to be developed over a 10-year period, you don't do all the grading at time zero and then wait 10 years with all this graded area that erodes and whatnot?
So the 11 acres where the apartments are, that's all going to be done at one time. It'll be completely built out, 240 units, probably over about a 16 month time period. So that's going to be done. The commercial tracts, okay, we will grade those, but we will also seed those, and we will put down straw mats so that there's no dust that comes off of them, and that we introduce vegetation so you don't have to come back and regrade it again at one time. And so we're used to meeting the air quality standards, the SWIFT standards. All of that stuff is covered really mostly by federal legislation. And so those are the things that we have to do to stay in compliance with the law. So
okay. I get it. So does county staff find the remediation that would be done on the areas that would be graded to be acceptable?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, if the applicants can go through and mass grade and they can follow the NOI provisions, staff is fine with the mass grading.
Well, I don't have any more questions. I still have to think about it, but
Okay.
I think I'm more clear.
Well, let's go to Commissioner Green.
So just along the mass grading side, there are other, if mass grading is such a save time and save energy sort of thing, but then it ends up with the risk of some dust storms and creating a dangerous situation along Highway 14. Are there other mitigating things that you can put in there, such as like planting trees on both your frontage road and extensive trees along Highway 14, and putting the landscaping at least along those commercial lots, not just reseeding it, but actually doing something that goes above knee high so it breaks the wind up and doesn't make it just a barren.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Green, as part of the site development plan application, we actually are proposing exactly what you're talking about. We're going to be doing a significant amount of trees that are bordering here. And as each commercial development is built out, they'll also be doing that same buffer of trees. We also have some landscape within the internal road here as well that's outlined in our site development plan application.
And then each of these commercial lots going to have access off of 14, or are they going to be required to use the frontage road?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Green, we are calling this road here Cresta Ranch Road, and they'll each access off of this. The only access off 14 is going to be this roundabout, hopefully back here. If not, we can have a secondary emergency access here.
Sure. Okay, great. And then I guess one of my concerns is just making Highway 14 a pleasant experience. And if this is the back loading dock of all of those buildings without a front, curb appeal, that we put a condition that we put extensive landscaping to shield those backyards. So if it's just a junkyard of sorts, it's private property, but if it's a warehouse, it could be all sorts of.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Green, yeah, there's no intent of doing, industrial type uses out here. We're looking at doing more retail, looking at potential fast food restaurants, coffee shops, things of that nature. And as I did state, we will have a significant amount of landscape buffering here as well.
Okay, well, I love the intent. I'm more interested in conditions. So maybe a 25-foot buffer of landscaping along Highway 14? Is that 20 feet?
So, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Green, that's actually a requirement of the code and will be implemented as each commercial site is developed on the site development plan application. So there are screening and buffering requirements that have to be met as each one of those sites is developed.
What are those specifics?
I believe it's a 10-foot landscape buffer that is 10 to 15 feet that's required.
That's one tree.
Well, you have to do a certain amount of trees per linear foot of frontage.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be great to have 2 trees. That makes a big difference in screening. And
yes, I agree, Commissioner Green, that will happen. It'll just take time as those are developed out.
And then the trail, it appears that in the version that has the trail on there, you're not specifically getting all the way across your property. You're ending halfway across your property. Was that a shortened line by mistake, or is that a intentional?
So this will actually this will continue down to the other development as well, and I believe that's how it is programmed in the county master plan. So if you go back one slide, that trail will run along 14. This is Fireplace here. Mm-hmm. That will run all the way down to here. And then there's a connection back to a trail. You could kind of see it here that runs down.
So the reason that was left out, that, shortened on that drawing was...
That was my mistake. I apologize.
Okay.
But as it is programmed in the county's master plan, it does run along the entirety of 14 back to the Rancho Viejo 14 light, which allows for crossing back onto this trail that's already established and continues into the CCD trail system.
How much of an obligation are you taking on to build that trail? You're building the roundabout?
Yes.
And you're building the trail for how much of that?
We are working with the county to do that trail. That's part of the county's open space and trails program now.
And this is going to specifically be built as a part of your project, or you're just going to contribute to a portion of a county project?
We're working very closely with county staff to implement when that's going to be built. Hopefully it can take place at the same time we're doing construction on our site, but that's now a county trail. And we've already assisted in securing some potential funding for that trail.
Okay, let me switch a little bit. How high above I-25 is the 38-foot?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Green, those are going to be, that's an administrative process that is not going to be taking action today. Just want to remind everyone we're working on the plat. The affordable housing is a very important component of all this, but the variances that were approved were for 38 feet, and we broke up the facades. You can even see in the elevations here, you could see how the facades are broken up. It's not one straight line of 38 feet. We broke the masses up to give that line of sight.
Where are you pointing?
So
you could see the.
I come with the ability to read plans and to understand that a plan is in 2D, and also that 38 feet is a monolithic level. Breaking up a mass is not just in plan, but breaking up a mass is also in section and elevation.
Correct.
And so specifically my question was the top of a 38-foot structure along I-25 closest is how many feet above I-25?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Green, the finished floor of the multifamily units are 15 feet below the highway. We sit in a bowl, so that provides even more of there's a natural berm that helps conceal those as well. And then we're also doing a significant wall here for both screening and noise purposes, as well as that landscape buffer as well.
So the wall is at the edge of your property, or is it going to have some landscaping on the outside of it?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Green, it's at the edge of our property, and the landscaping will be behind the wall.
So
it will be in our property, not in the highway right away.
So that may be administrative, but I'm sitting here as a level of administrator. If all we're going to get is a blank wall along I-25, I would hope that we would think about setting it back 6-8 feet, so a level of trees could be planted along the side of that, so the sound and the reflection of the sound that you're working to mitigate from your project isn't just bounced back over towards the other side of the highway and the residents over there.
Commissioner Hughes, Commissioner Green, yes, that's all been taken into account with the site development plan application that's been reviewed by staff.
Okay, well, you're showing me something here, and I'm asking about the visual impact of this along I-25, and you're not showing me what has been presented enough other than to say that staff is doing their part.
Mr. Chair, I don't know if staff would like to speak to that, but that has been taken into account. The reason that wasn't included is that that's not part of the request before the board tonight.
Yeah. I will reserve a few more questions to the folks here and think about where this goes. Thank you.
Mr. Hanson?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton.
Thank you very much. Okay, so part of the hesitation about the mass grading is because in my district, in District 2, we had an incident with Pulte where they decided to do a tremendous amount of mass grading. They did not have permission, and we had a tremendous amount of complaints from constituents. So I'm hearing why you need the mass grading. I understand that. I just want to make sure that staff is not going to start getting phone calls saying, like, all this dirt is blowing in my house. What happened? I know that you're not close to, you're kind of a little bit more away from housing, but there is housing on the other side. And it is windy out there, I know. Yeah.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, yes, I do remember that. And there's actually been a precedent set directly south of our site that was allowed to successfully mass grade their property. That was the Colibri development. So this isn't an unprecedented request. And, we, like as stated, we will follow the NOI SWIP and better business managed practices for dust control, soil erosion, reclaiming disturbed areas. But just want to let you know this has successful mass grading has been done in this area.
Yeah, and I mean, it is already fairly flat. Yeah, so I understand the economics of why it's necessary. My next question is about the other restriction you're requesting, number 17, is that correct, number 17? Water restriction covenant shall be signed, recorded, and noted on the final plat. Track 1 shall be restricted to 40.320 AFT. Total allowance of track 2 through 9 shall be restricted to 0.576 acre feet. So what here do you want? You want to get rid of the whole number 17?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, we'd like for the tracks 2 through 9 to be in accordance with the approved ULITA that
we approved earlier this evening.
Correct. And we'd also like for there not to be a requirement for multiple plat applications to be done as each commercial development is approved. There will be a recorded site development plan Mylar that is site specific to each commercial tract that will also have site specific water restrictions for that site that travel with the land. So we feel like that multiple plats for this could get confusing, and it also can lead to a road where multiple tenants are having to sign off. Our owners would have to sign on these plats each time a new plat is done. So we just feel like that's a little burdensome and doesn't really make sense.
So mostly you're concerned about track 2 through 9.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, that is correct. We don't want to have to come in for a new plat each time some new commercial development comes in.
So how are you going to change that water restriction covenant? How do you want it to read?
Via the approved site-specific site development plan application. So it'll be on a case-by-case basis and referenced on those approved site development plan Mylars. And they'll also have site-specific water restrictions tied to those approved site development plan Mylars that are referenced on that, which is very similar to a plat, but can be done through an administrative process rather than having to come back to the board 8 times.
Okay, so staff, how do you feel about this?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, if we look at the first sheet for the utility line extension delivery agreement that you guys approved earlier today, on the very first sheet, it says commercial tracks 2 through 9, their water budget is 0.576, totaling 40.896, inclusive of the 20% line loss. Nowhere in there does it state the 12-foot fee in lieu of. That doesn't come until later within the agreement itself for the developer to pay a fee in lieu up to 12 acre feet, which would require the amendments, and that's on page 8 of the agreement. What staff does is they go off of what's the total presented in the first sheet to identify what the water budget is for each phase, and in this case for the tracks that are involved in the project.
Okay, it was a little confusing, I'm sorry to say. So you're now telling me there's a fee in lieu to buy water if they don't have enough water?
Correct. Mr. Chair, Commissioner, correct. On the very first sheet, the water budget as identified, it identifies one affordable housing tract water budget of 40.328 acre feet per year. Commercial tracts 2 through 9, 0.576 acre feet per year. What the agent is discussing is on page 8 of the ULITA, section 4.3, that reads, the commercial tracts are currently vacant land tracts and the end use has not been determined. Upon developer establishing a use for any of the commercial tracts, The county agrees that the developer may pay a fee in lieu of for up to 12 acre feet for the then current collective water budget for all commercial tracts based on an issuance of a ready, willing, and able letter, and developer may seek by amendment to this agreement an increase to the portion of the water budget attributable to the such commercial tract, which approval shall not be unreasonably withheld.
Mr. Hamilton?
Oh, yes.
Are you sure?
No, I'm gonna have more, but I'm gonna let you chime in.
Yeah, so, so how much water is budgeted for this, is set in the water agreement?
According to the ULITA, for total tracks 1 and tracks 2 through 9 is 40.896.
And if the request is to take that budget limitation out, I don't see that that's appropriate at all. I don't see how you get by administrative, and I know Mr. Harwood wants to so bad to come up and explain this, and I'd be happy to get more technical input. But it's one thing to want, I mean, each plat has to be developed separately. You don't even know what's going in here. And so I also have a problem with not coming back for separate plats because we don't know what's going to be developed there. So it's an issue that you have an overall budget and you have to spread it out between these, you know, what are going to be 8 or 9 lots that are going to be offered to different people to buy and develop.
Madam Commissioner, may I address your question after I get sworn in?
Yes.
Oh, I guess I'll let you get sworn in.
Thank you. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you're under oath in order for your testimony to be considered valid.
Thank you. My name is Kyle Harwood, and I'm an attorney here in Santa Fe. My business address is 123 West San Francisco, 87501. And I understand I'm under oath.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And you can lift that microphone up to your mouth.
Thank you. Sure.
Yay.
It's a triumph of technology.
Okay. Thank you. We've spent about the last 100 days negotiating this ULITA that you acted on earlier today with the county staff. It's been a great experience working with Paul and John Nutton, but it is a rather unique agreement. And so the reason why the front face of the ULITA describes 40.896 acre feet is because that's how much we know we're going to use. And that contains the shell permits for the commercial lots that sum up to a little over a half acre foot. What we don't know is what the actual commercial uses are going to be. So what staff read you on page 8 is a built-in reserve of 12 acre feet. We don't know how much of it we're going to need. As the commercial,
reserve.
It's a reserve. It's a bank within the ULITA, essentially. So if a particular commercial use comes forward, like therapy offices that don't require much water, they may well be at what we call the shell budget, the very small amount per commercial. But if a cafe comes through or something requiring, more water, we have in the paragraph that staff read on page 8 of the ULITA the ability to purchase up to 12 acre feet for all the commercial lots in total. Doesn't disturb the affordable housing water budget. None of the affordable housing water budget can be used on the commercial lots. It's a bank or a reserve within the ULITA for these unknown commercial uses. So the alternative way of doing it, and I don't want to make this more complicated than it is, would have been to add the 12 acre feet to the overall budget on the front. But that would have been assuming that we would have used all 12, which we just do not know. So we took the approach, and Jonathan and I worked through this at some length.
Okay.
We're basically shooting low, but we have a built-in reserve up to 12 for the uses that may in fact come forward on the commercial. So getting back to the condition that Nathan has asked to be modified, the first sentence, or most of the first sentence, is fine, except that we want to have the end of it say, the total allocation to tracks 2 through 9 shall be consistent with this ULITA.
Okay, so it's not taking the numbers that are agreed on out, they're in there by reference, but to a more complex document. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
That helps tremendously.
The other edit, just so it's clear,
So,
is
any
sorry.
changes to restriction will be required an amendment to the ULITA. That'll stay.
So what we are requesting is that there not be new plating actions. And Nathan, do you want to speak to exactly how those restrictions are carried forward?
Well, I think he did. Have you not done that? I mean, I was listening.
Thank you.
So I think he's explained that, at least to my satisfaction. But why you want to have people go and get Mylars and why you want all of this to be kind of a one-track area with individual owners.
Exactly.
Okay. Okay, what was the other condition you want to change?
Read that sentence.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, I'm just going to restate the condition just for clarification.
That's a good idea.
So we're asking for a revision of condition 17 to be revised to state water restriction covenants shall be signed, recorded, and noted on the final plat. Tract 1 shall be restricted to 40.32 acre feet. The total allocations of tracts 2 through 9 shall be in accordance with the approved ULITA.
So I think it should be approved with the ULITA on this date.
Well, I actually have the number of the...
Okay, or
as approved under ULITA number agreement 2024-0267 as recorded on April 15th, 2024.
Okay.
And we'd also like to request that in the next sentence read, any changes to the restrictions will require an amended water restriction to be recorded with site-specific site development plan Mylars as each commercial tract is developed.
Okay, I can accept that.
Thank you.
Okay.
As a follow-up question, would the ULITA still be enforced? Because you're not asking for that to be. So any changes...
The ULITA is referenced right in the sentence before it.
I know, but when it says if any changes, that means the changes aren't going to exceed what's allowed in the ULITA.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hamilton, that is correct.
Okay.
Everything is covered under that 12-acre foot bank that Kyle just explained. If by some chance we don't foresee it, if we exceed that 12-acre feet, we're basically starting over.
Okay.
But you're screwed. Okay, so I'm not done. Okay, next, I think you had one more. Do you have another request on conditions?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, we requested the elimination of condition number 3 in regards to mass grading.
Okay.
Based off of discussions here, it seems like staff has done their due diligence to provide safeguards for proper SWIP, NOI, and BMP measures to be taken into account as the site's developed, which includes dust control, silt fencing, water, so on and so forth. And we're totally in agreement with that. We just, like I said, would like that to not be put on the plat.
Okay, and is that it? Those are the only two conditions?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, yes, we are in agreement with every other condition from staff except for 3 and 17.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. I thought I heard something else. Okay, then on the road. Your neighbor to the north, Mr. Thompson, you're in the process of working out an agreement with him?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, that is correct. We've had some very productive meetings with Mr. Thompson as well as with county staff. And from a long-range planning perspective and to, ensure a proper build-out and safe build-out for both developments, the establishment of this basic frontage road would be beneficial to both parties.
So who will build, you'll build it on your half and he'll build it on his half?
Mr.
that
Chair,
what
Commissioner
you're-
Hanson, and ideally, yes, and we're sharing cross sections and plans that will make the road consistent in regards to design, landscape. We have bike lanes, we have sidewalks, we have landscaping, and we'd like that to, follow throughout and be a nice thoroughfare for both developments.
Okay. So the commercial, affordable housing, the one commercial lot, where is that?
Madam Commissioner Hanson, that would be designated as Tract 1 of the plat.
Oh, so it's the whole affordable?
Yes, so that's this.
240 affordable units.
Correct,
What-
that's
what does affordable actually really mean? Like, what's the price point that you're going to be renting these apartments at?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, I'd like to ask Ben Taylor to be sworn in. He is our affordable housing expert.
Hello. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you're under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
Sure. Ben Taylor, live at 1746 North William Street, Denver, Colorado, and I understand that I am under oath. To answer your question, Commissioner Hanson, these will be affordable under the Low-Income Housing Tax Credit Program. So that's Section 42 of the IRS Code. It is a federal program utilized to incentivize developers to build and maintain and operate affordable housing throughout the country. So to answer your question on affordability, these rents will be set and limited annually based on guidelines issued by HUD each year. They are set at 60% of the area median income, which here in Santa Fe County, this year we will have 2 and 3 bedroom units at this property. The 2 bedroom rents are going to be somewhere around $1,400, and the 3 bedroom rents will be around $1,600 per month.
And then you'll be taking vouchers?
We will take vouchers.
Okay.
Are they all the same? In other words, all at 60%?
Currently, yes. We're allowed under IRS guidelines to average to 60% as well, which we may do at this property. So that means you can have a unit at a 50% AMI as long as you have an offsetting 70% AMI. So as long as the average is 60% across the property, you're in conformance with Section 42.
Okay, but you haven't decided which way to do it?
The majority of the units, I would say, will be at 60%
At
AMI is how we typically do these types of developments. Yep.
Okay. Continue, Commissioner Hanson.
No problem. Okay, so then on, I think I'm good on
Board bill?
question with you. I wanted to know what you were charging, and so of the 246, most of them will be 60%.
Yes.
Okay. So then I'll go back to Nathan and Kenneth. I'm sorry. So what are we going to change on 3? Are we just taking, do you want to take 3 completely out? Or how are we going to change it?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, I think it would make sense to take it out just to eliminate any confusion. And as stated, conditions 1, 2, and 4 provide those safeguards to make sure that it's successfully done and appropriately done. And as Mr. Silverman stated, we'll be under, strict federal regulations that also ensure that it's a safe construction site. And if we'll be providing reseeding to areas that are disturbed. The issue here is that we're trying to have site-ready pad sites for the commercial. So we have to stub out utilities, electrical, water, gas. So that will require some grading of those sites. That way, when someone comes in, they can develop much quicker, and those lots can be, not vacant for very long. So,
Right,
but
I
we
understand the phenomena of, making sure it's available so you can do all the subsurface work at one time. And that's what you're looking for, right?
Correct.
Am I to assume that you want to do all the subsurface work at one time, put in the sewers, put in the electrical lines, put in whatever, lines you need to put in.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, that is correct. And, our goal and intention is, once construction begins on the affordable housing section of the project, we feel like people are going to be coming in droves to start developing those commercial tracts, because there's going to be that hub of housetops right there that can serve those commercial lots, in addition to the homes in Colibri, as well as the 700 units that were just approved in Essentia. We have the other affordable housing project. There's multiple housing projects going on in that 14 growth area corridor.
We're well aware.
That, so I don't foresee these being vacant for too long. Yes.
So I want to give you some good news. I did a calculation on what I think the gross receipts tax will be off of these lots, and I estimate it to be about $770,000 a year. That's income coming into the county. So, we're going to do a really good job for you, and I think you're going to be pleased when we get done.
Okay, well, in a year and a half, we'll see.
You bet.
Commissioner Hamilton is next.
Oh, okay. I'm good for the moment.
And I just want to remind, I don't see any public people here, but at some
We
point
do
we're going to
have-
have a public hearing.
Yeah, good point. I appreciate it. So this is about condition 7. So I actually think that's good. Variance is approved. We'll continue for the 24 months. But or an extension is granted per condition 7 below, but we're in condition 7. So what are we referencing in the extension granted? That's a very tight little circle.
I believe,
It's-
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, it's supposed to reference 8, but if condition number 3 is removed, then it will be accurate as written. So,
Was that just due to luck, or was that? Never mind. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Green?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate the tax number, but that was assuming probably fast food or some high volume amount of gross receipts, which I guess the water budget has it somewhere in there, but it is not, it's not, you just have to pay a fee in lieu to bring that in. Is that correct? So you're ready to do it. You just don't have these people lined up, and you're just trying to, it's budgeted. Okay. Can I hold you to the $700,000 worth of gross receipts tax? All right. Huh? 770. Thank you, Madam Recorder. Yeah. I'm still concerned about the streetscape because I know that all 5 of us up here will hear about this project. No matter how good it is for affordable housing, something, whether it's the 38-foot variance that somebody's going to say that they don't like it from I-25, or whether it's the commercial properties along Highway 14 that could have no street frontage along Highway 14. So I kind of have a little bit of a proposal here to have some streetscape conditions negotiated into this. And those have to do just with buffering, with plantings and landscaping. If these 8 commercial lots along Highway 14 are going to have a big blank wall, I hope we could avoid that and put some landscaping before we get to the wall, so on the outside of the wall. And the same sort of condition along I-25 to make sure that we just don't have a big blank wall that. So, thank you for checking with your team.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Green, so we cannot landscape within that DOT right-of-way. We can only be within the confines of our property. So we are in agreement to work with staff to provide those landscape buffers. And as stated earlier, those are actually a requirement as the tracks are built out through site development plan applications. So
I understand, and I understand you can't plant on DOT, that's fine, and you're going to be potentially building a roundabout in a DOT, and you're going to be potentially doing a trail along there as well. And so the trail specs should have some landscaping, and, and I also would love to see that all of these units, all these commercial units along Highway 14 have access, at least pedestrian or bicycle access, from the trail. So somebody could say, I'm going to take this trail and go get a cup of coffee at whatever.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Green, our street design does provide for that. It has sidewalks and bike lanes for that.
From Highway 14 to get there, or to come all the way into the property?
So let me go back here. So you will have walkability from here. There's all of these will have sidewalks incorporated, and then you also have sidewalks on both sides of the street and bike lanes and a landscape median.
I think that's wonderful. I'm just recommending access from the Highway 14 side.
Yeah. So the trail will basically run parallel to here, and you can get back in through here.
All good, understood all of that. You just didn't understand what I was asking,
Okay.
or avoided it, which is that trail, which is a pedestrian and bike trail, could have access from 14 instead of having to come all the way into your project to seek the front door from the name of the street that you're doing up there, but the internal street. And so I'm concerned that from Highway 14 that this is just going to look like one big blank wall. And it's going to have a nice trail along it, but that's it.
If I may,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, the site plan is fairly well defined to date, and it has to do with bufferings and parking and whatever. I'm not crazy about that wall that will be along the DOT right away. And one of the things that we've discussed is that if we don't do some artwork on it, there's going to be other people that are going to do their artwork on it. Okay. And so as a way of softening that wall, I think that a mural or multiple murals, or, we've discussed, a panoply of options on what we want to do with that wall. We don't want to see a blank wall either. We haven't figured out what it's going to be, but we do have plantings on the inside of the wall on our side, and from a streetscape standpoint, those plantings will exceed the height of the wall, and as part of that, it then breaks up the monotony of the wall. So
I'm just recommending throwing a tree or two on the outside of the wall, because
if
it does break
DOT
up.
will let us plant some trees on the right of way, we're happy to do that.
I understand. I'm
Okay.
saying on your side of the property line. So that's, especially if they don't allow you to do it on the I-25 side because of the highway traffic speeds and things like that,
We're definitely doing it on the inside, regardless.
I got you. I'm
Okay.
concerned about the outside.
And I'll also tell you, I like your idea about pedestrian and bike access off the bike trail. I hadn't thought of that.
I would hope so. So that those facilities have some, presence on Highway 14.
Yeah.
That give,
No, I like the idea, and again, I hadn't thought about it, but it's a very good idea.
Okay, so I will hopefully.
My
be
wife
in
and
the-
I ride our bikes, our electric bikes. Sometimes we even ride them to the downtown Albuquerque station, put our bikes on, drive up here to the South Capitol, and we tour around on our electric bikes. So, and one other thing I wanted to point out to you is that where that bike trail ends at Turquoise Trail, is that what that is? That intersection? That other trail is the trail that goes up Cerrillos, basically, and goes all the way to downtown Santa Fe. So completing this leg of that bike path, you can go from downtown Santa Fe to the 599 Rail Runner Station. Never be on a highway.
Great.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be a very busy trail.
It's not so black and white, and I'm definitely in the middle grays along with you. I'm just trying to push you slightly towards my version of gray.
No, we'll figure out as we build on those lots, we'll make sure that there's some kind of access for pedestrians and bikes off that trail, assuming we don't have drainage issues or I don't know what else, whatever else. I mean, we're not down to that level of planning yet.
I understand.
But I like the idea.
So I appreciate you liking the idea. I will withhold it as a condition, but your agent here has a long history to go in Santa Fe, so I'm going to hold you to it, and I'm going to remind him for the rest of his life that your client.
You're more than welcome to come find me. I'm easy to find.
All right, I appreciate it. I really wish you would put some trees on the outside of these walls if you can.
If we can do that, we will.
Yep. Thanks.
Let's take a quick break and see if there is any public hearing. Is there anybody in the room who wants to speak? Okay, no one. Is there anyone online, Daniel?
Mr. Chair, I don't see anybody raising their hands indicating that they'd like to speak.
So no one? Okay. So close public hearing. Now we can continue. Yes, Commissioner Hanson.
So I have one more a semi-request. I love roundabouts. I'm completely supportive of them, but I believe they need a vertical element in the middle. And I believe they need art in the middle. And so I hope that you will put some beautiful piece of art in the middle of that roundabout. I'm sure you can.
We'd be happy if you want to partner with us.
Pardon?
We'd be happy if you want to partner with us.
You have to come to the mic.
Mr. Bustamante.
I said we'd be happy if you'd like to partner with us.
Well,
for some public art.
Maybe DOT, they have more money than we
We'll
do.
ask them.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, all this discussion about the wall, and I think, I agree with Commissioner Green that beautifying it's important, and there are a lot of good examples. I trust you'll find some good examples. A solid wall is going to get graffiti, but even the apartments behind Lowe's in that area have these nice, you can see the apartment, but it's not a wall, and it'll cost you less. So green it, it's lovely, green's opportunity. So thank you for that conversation. I wish if I weren't sitting on this dais, I'd say, I'll go in on it with you, I'll be a partner. But that would be completely inappropriate, so I would not make that offer. It just sounds like a real positive project that's happening. 2 questions. How many stories are the apartments?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Bustamante, they are 3 stories.
3 stories. And then there's this, I think the technical word is funky. There is a funky lot just north of the Rancho Viejo Partnership, so Warren Thompson's property, behind the Gallegos brothers on Finish Line. There is a lot, a very small parcel that has absolutely no identified ownership. Are you working with that? It is between your property, it's right off the roadway?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, that lot, okay, is part of the Gallegos brothers' property. And I'm not sure, I can only imagine that the 50% set aside was misapplied to that tract. And that's why it's sitting vacant. They're under the impression that they can't build anything on that. But the fact of the matter is, what's the zoning that the city center, not city center, but No, the CC, yeah. It's an employment center, and the way that we've interpreted the plan is that that the plan actually wanted density. They didn't want to waste any of the commercial land, because commercial land's where you get your tax base. And so, but we've talked to the Gallegos brothers about that, and they said, well, we can't build on that because the plan doesn't allow it. So I don't know where they got their advice from, but
It has no identification in the assessment.
right, it's because it's part of the track that the body
It's
shop
not-
sits on.
And it's not contiguous to there, so it's an interesting, it's in the middle of nowhere. It's not contiguous to their lot. Your lot on 9 finish line and 3 finish line border it. I don't have any way to show you, but I do believe we're talking about the same small lot. It just does not connect with their property.
If you can see where I'm pointing, is that the property you're talking about? The big dirt lot right on I-25?
No, it's the tiny one.
Is this one?
Yes.
Yeah, that's DOT property. They took that property to be able to make sure that the Gallegos property would have access off of 14.
Thank you. And just for clarification, the only interest I would have in being a partner would be to give aesthetic advice. That's something that I would really enjoy doing with you guys. I love that kind of thing.
I do too.
Thank you.
It's great when everybody buys into it.
Yeah, I appreciate the clarification. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
Hanson?
I'd like to make a motion to allow, I got to get the right thing in front of me, to allow item 3 to be removed under conditions and changed, and item 17 changed to what we have had read in the dais a number of times by Nathan. Is that adequate for everybody?
Matt, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, I think it would be clearer if the statement were actually read into the record now.
Okay, so will you read it into the record, Nathan, please, for item 17?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, yes. We request that approval condition be restated to state water restriction covenants shall be signed, recorded, and noted on the final plat. Track 1 shall be restricted to 4.32 acre feet. Total allocations of tracks 2 through 9 shall be approved in accordance with the approved Yelida Agreement number 2024-0267 as approved by the board on April 15th, 2024. Any changes to the restrictions will require amended water restrictions to be approved per site-specific site development plan as each commercial lot is developed.
Okay, so I move that as 17. And so I'm making a motion for this application for preliminary plat to allow the 9-lot subdivision known as Cresta Ranch, and the applicant request of approval of the affordable housing agreement for one required affordable lot to be developed in a single phase in compliance with the subdivision and design standards set forth in the SLDC, and therefore recommend approval of the applicant's request, and will eliminate condition 3 and will amend condition 17 as was just read into the record.
And all the other conditions are
And all the other conditions are set.
A second.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, Commissioner Hanson made the motion, Commissioner Bustamante second. All in favor say aye.
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 Anybody opposed? Okay, we approve. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, good luck. We want to see this built soon.
No, he said. All right, Concluding business, any announcements? Okay, how about a motion to adjourn?
I'd like to motion to adjourn.
And I'll second that.
All right, motion by Commissioner Bustamante, seconded by Green. Say aye. Aye.
Aye.
See you all next time.